Hey, Pat, what are you doing? Shut the song off. Now go sit in your corner. We'll talk about this later. Ah, hello. Okay. Maybe I was a little trying to get out of that, so you just switched over to the scene too soon. Okay, all right. Yes, there will be mini wrenches and nuts and bolts and electrical sparks and very, very bad, nasty, horrible, awful things happening later. Anyway, hi. So I went to the store today, which means I left out of the house. Yes, I leapt out of the house. I left the house. As you can tell, I've been up a little too long. So that's we're just going to go ahead and dig up some dirt. My God, this still isn't done loading yet. Okay. I just went to the Costco. Costco on Tuesday is kind of weird. Very much dead inside. So I had to come back to the Kinleg map. This is the Scottish map. So we have a little bit of aquaculture going on. I think this is the stream save. I think. I could be off on that. Okay, you do not need the mouse pointer. Okie dokie. So I've yet to figure out why my PNG app was going completely bonkers yesterday. I hate it when it does that. I want to make sure I've actually got audio. Okay, red's up. Anything interesting at the Costco? Not really. That's the thing about Costco on Tuesday. Today is Tuesday, right? Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, I don't need the Steam window open. Okay, so apparently all right, cool, I can just check right there. Alright, I'm good. Also, they do have these bar cakes, and this is one of the more recent ones that they've had. It's a chocolate chip cookie cake. It has actual cookies on top of it. It's kind of weird. I kind of like the cookies a little bit more than the actual cake. Okay, so I think this is the stream save. My God, this is taking forever. That's kind of the thing about it. It's like once it loads in, it's good. Oh, they do sell cookies separately. It's just they have two small little cookies on top of the actual cake, secured with a little bit of frosting. It's kind of weird because since they're sitting on the cake, they kind of get a little bit of moisture from it, so they end up getting like nice and soft and good, you know. Some people might call them a little soggy. Me personally, I actually like them a little bit like that. Good lord. But yeah, they do sell the cookies separately. They also sell that. Okay, now it all tabs out. Fucking piece of shit. Okay. Yeah, we're also getting in that season where it's like we start seeing all like the really, really weird craft beers and such show up in like the those strange 8-packs, or not 8-pack. It's like 24 packs. It's 4 6-packs of different stuff. I've also got a lot of oddball wines. Yeah, I do like cookies to be softer and chewier, as opposed to like crunchy cookies. I'm not that big of a fan of, largely because crunchy stuff tends to tear up my mouth. That's like they Costco sells these kettle chips. I guess it's technically an older style of potato chip. It's like everybody considers like George Crumb, back it was like 1907 or something like that, as inventing the potato chip. That was basically there was a guy that was complaining that his fries were too thick, so he kept cutting the potatoes thinner and thinner and thinner until he finally got them like paper thin and crispy. Problem is, we actually have fried potato slice recipes dating back to the 1800s. And that's kind of what these kettle chips are. It's like older, thicker, and they're very, very much crunchier. And they make my teeth hurt. They really do. Like thin, crispy Lays, love those. Especially like a good sour cream and onion. Okay, come on. I did not think that there was this much shit on this map. Yeah, the food tastes good. It's like it kind of doesn't matter how bad the crunch is. I am just like fucked over today when it comes to speaking. Goddamn. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, a couple of deep breaths. Actually, I had something I was going to say, but I forgot what the fuck I was going to say. I hate that. There's always something weird about Costco. Every time you go there, they always have to do like the sample thing. The problem is the samples that they use, for some reason, they always pick the absolute nastiest shit they can possibly fumigate the entire store with. Okay, I think this is the stream save because I think this was the tractor that I got on stream. I mean, you gotta give them some credit. They put a lot of effort into rendering and animating the animals. I'm just glad I can't smell it. Okay, so I got the washer. Did I have anything in here? No, okay. Ah, nice. They fixed it. You can actually see the fish in the fish pond now. Nice. Okay, so this is the freshwater one, so this is trout only. So if you have any kind of salmon, they go into the ocean one. Do I have the ocean thing? Okay, yeah, this is the stream save because on my off-stream save, I went like head first into aquaculture. Okay, so ready to harvest. What do I have on here? Okay, this one should be grass. Yeah. Okay, oats. More oats. Oats again. Okay, and that's just lawn. Okay, right. Go ahead and get a little bit cleaned up before we make an ungodly mess all over this thing. Throw it. Cooperate. For fuck's sake. Nice thing about that one, you can move it. In previous games, that was a static feature. Or once you placed it, that's where it stayed. Even though it very obviously has wheels. Okay, we'll go ahead and automate this, see if this guy's actually going to do it right. Alright, cool. Okay. May have a slight problem. I think I am missing a trailer. No, wait, it should be over here. Yeah, there it is. All right. That's the kind of cool thing about Costco. Costco actually set up a whole supply chain to ensure that their $5 rotisserie chicken is always $5. Which is kind of insane because it's like you can't even buy a raw bird for $5. Okay, yeah, it's going to take him a while for he's actually ready to offload that, so we'll go ahead and just leave this here for the time being. Okay, so that is salmon, a young salmon. Okay. It says young trout. Okay, so basically this is just doing its thing, so eventually these will end up maturing into live trout, full size. So we got fish food, we got young trout. Okay, so all we have to do is just let that do its thing. But when it comes to the salmon, we're going to have to sell those off because I don't have the ocean pen. Okay, go and get this onto the flatbed. Carefully. That is probably going to be the smoothest that goes the entire day. Okay, come on now, behave. Now, eventually, there is a way that you can set it up to make your own fish food. Whew, okay. Do not drive the tractor into the fish pond. That would be a very bad thing. Okay, this is a McCormick. Couldn't remember what brand this tractor was. It's just like, since when does a spice company make tractors? That's the thing about it. When it comes to making your own fish food, normally you have to just go down to the store and buy it. That can get expensive. But if you just make it, then you end up setting up a whole self-sustaining food system. Okay, this is the thing. I have to set the cruise control. This is always spotty as hell. Because you don't know if it's a high 6 or a low 6. Not to mention if the tractor starts going downhill, at 6 miles an hour turns into 7. I hate it when it does that. Bah! So, yeah, boat physics are a little spotty. Yeah, it's going to end up taking that combine a little while to fill up. Yeah, I don't know what it is about the boat and turning her around. On the plus side, though, it does not seem to be sinkable. Yeah, clips are okay to post. I believe I have a channel specifically on my Discord that are Twitch for Twitch clips. Yeah, let's see here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, if you find something good to clip, by all means, just go ahead and throw it there. Especially when stupid shit like that happens. I always think it's kind of funny. If you look at the back end of the boat there, you see those three little tubes sticking up? Those are rod holders. But I like the fact that the actual name for those is rocket launcher style rod holders. Okay, I'm going to say that whoever is captaining those itty-bitty little chug boats like that probably needs to get off the water. That's the second one he's got stuck on the rocks. Okay, this right here reminds me a lot of Oblivion. If you head all the way to the west, there's this little island off the coast of Anvil, and it's the island where you find the Finglean. Pretty sure the Finglean is like a quest reward that the reward is there, but the actual quest itself got deleted at some point. But it's all the way down at the bottom of the ocean. But this whole thing here kind of brings me back to an idea that I had. About like an Elder Scrolls gamer story that takes place in Oblivion, not Oblivion, but like Cyrodiil, but with a more modern take on fantasy. And when I say modern, I mean like, you know, magic guns, right? You have like powered boats and vehicles instead of like, you know, the whole medieval fantasy thing. I want to say, I think more like along the lines of like a Final Fantasy 12-ish style of magic technology, right? Like somebody has, you know, like somewhere along the way, somebody figured out how to enchant like a lead ingot or something like that with the ability to conduct electricity. You know, it's like say like several thousand years in the future, right? So you still have magic. You still have, you know, like the arcane universe, you know, all that shit. But you also have like more kind of tactical helicopters and shit, just powered by more magical sources, etc. So a little bit of thought, you could possibly make that work. Of course, you have like all the fantasy nerds that are just like, yeah, I tried Black Desert, and I don't know how I feel about Black Desert. I mean, it's a good game, but at the same time, for an MMO, it is a weirdly solitary experience. Not to mention the grind. The grind in Black Desert is very real. So I'm just hoping that Black Desert's going better than Blade and Soul. Blade and Soul recently put out, well, I say recently, like within the past couple of years, put out Blade and Soul Neo, which basically takes all the shitty aspects of what they did to the original game and just like doubles down on them. Which actually really sucks because the actual gameplay of Blade and Soul is good. But then they ended up bogging it down with all kinds of useless currencies and worthless events and all this stupid shit. Instead of any meaningful content, you just got another stupid event with another worthless currency that's going to go out of date as soon as the event's over. And then when they did start adding new content, it's just like, okay, this is going to piss me off now. Especially because it's going to take like another 3 years before they end up getting the next half of the to-be-continued story. Haha! And then, of course, it dawns on me, I did not actually drive over here. Okay, so we do this as we get out of sight of anybody. Put hands on tips, shake ass a little bit. Son of him! Damn it. Yeah, I've been seeing ads for Crimson Desert, and I don't know what to make of that one. That just looks like there is so much going on in that. AI worker is not blocked by an object. AI worker is an impatient dipshit. Yeah, Crimson Desert had, like, I saw all kinds of crazy shit. To the point where it looked like several different games, and, yeah, I don't know what to make of that one yet. Mm-hmm. Yep. Totally normal Tuesday. Well, you mean your fish don't automatically fly like that? Yeah. Okay. We'll go ahead and put it down. Yeah, that's always kind of the funny thing about Kingdom Come Deliverance. I played the first one a little bit. I had to mod some amount of it because, my God, aiming the bow it is not that hard to aim a longbow. Seriously. But it kind of, I kind of had to stop playing it because you have to play as Henry. And okay, that's fine. That's fine. You have to play as Henry. I do whatever I can to try to, make him smarter, make him more of a badass, make him tougher, something like that. Just something cool, right? It doesn't matter what you do. Henry will always be a ham-fisted moron. Making the absolute worst decisions possible. Like, I'm just trying to get him to be a nice kid and, have a nice little conversation with the landlord's wife. And he ends up banging her instead. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? And then, of course, hanging out with the priest later. He and the priest get absolutely shit-hammered. The priest asks Henry to help him with his sermon. And my God, that was a nightmare. It's like, I can't make Henry a cool character. He's just that much of a fucking moron. He's just like, what is wrong with this kid? Yeah, so even when you try to do the right thing, it still ends up being wrong as hell. It's just like, why would you? What on earth possessed you to think that is what I was intending for you to do? What the fuck? It's like Henry's one of those guys that starts getting that one eye twitch going because you have to put up with this bullshit. That's the thing about... damn it. That's the thing about Kingdom Come... That's the thing about Kingdom Come Deliverance. It is actually a pretty decently made game. It's like, it's less an RPG and more of like a medieval life simulator, so it's got that kind of unique aspect to it. Ah! I was trying to turn on the cruise control, and it's like, if you don't get that button just right... Ooh, careful. Okay. Getting the out of my fucking way. Okay, so I got the tractor set to make swaths. I don't think I have a baler, which is going to be a problem. Ooh, okay, so if this graph is anything to go by, ideally we're going to want to wait until December to actually sell off the oats. Okay, interesting. Okay, I need to check on my field up here because if I'm not mistaken, this is grass. You keep it. Yeah, it's a lot of grass too. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and let our AI farmer guy finish out the field that he's on. Then we're going to set up another one on a bigger field. We're going to grab the mower deck. We're going to start mowing that grass. Keep forgetting this map starts us off with cattle. Okay. We're going to go ahead and leave that there for the time being. It's one of those things like, what the fuck am I doing? I want to get everything off the combine into the bin and have the combine start doing its thing. Ugh, change per cards on 76. That's annoying. Okay, entrance to field 22 is down here. Gonna mulch that guy's recycling. Okay, go ahead and stick that over there. That's going to be his problem now. Kind of does. I mean, I don't think I can actually leave this over there because there's not a whole lot of space. Okay, so we'll just go ahead and grab this up back here. I'm starting to notice that my setup here is a little jank. Now if I keep the crap out of my throat. Stick that there for the time being. Okay, so I can't have that one mowing. Last time I was on this map, I learned my lesson. Basically, what I did was I ended up mowing and using the forage wagon there and hiking everything into the silage pit over there. And that's why we have this handy dandy little conveyor belt system. Problem is, this thing was a massive pain in the ass to clear out. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and sell those off, including the forage wagon. Because I would much rather just bale it. Throw on a flatbed. Okay, now do I have enough for a bale collector? Don't have enough to buy it, but I do have enough to lease it. Now I have to remember where the store is. Kilted pistons. So when it comes to getting 76 updated, I've been kind of dreading that. It's like I made the mistake of updating SnowRunner, and that is like a 2.5 hour long patch if it actually, does it the right way. Okay, go ahead and start getting this bailed up. I know I said I was gonna like get the grass mowed, but it's just one of the things that like really starts irritating the hell out of me when it comes to any kind of live service game. Constant, incessant updates. I mean, it's nice that they add new stuff and they have like events and shit. Not to mention, the online functionality, but at the same time, it's just like, just make a good game that you can play with your friends, and you don't need to have like a third-party server for. It's like Minecraft. You don't need to have your own. You can have your own server for Minecraft, but you don't need to. Although to be fair, Minecraft is kind of a bad example because like it's like the most demanding game out there. Which is kind of funny because depending on how you mod it, it can be. Oh, I hate that. It's that one little bitty spot that was just a hair wider than the actual pickup, so you got like a spot that you missed. Yeah, I tried Apex and okay. If I'm not mistaken, it had kind of like a Counter-Strike kind of vibe, but from what I recall. Also tried Marvel Rivals. I just got rid of that one. It's Overwatch, just with Marvel characters. And for some reason, Venom works. The funny thing about the whole Venom twerking thing, for whatever reason, everybody else can play it on YouTube just fine, but for whatever reason, the algorithm picks on Russian Badger specifically and tries to flag his videos for inappropriate content. Bleh. Because YouTube's algorithm is just stupid like that. Ooh, that's like MXR mods. Henry Liang and Jeannie Lee. Yeah, Denoson, hello. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Getting back to what I was saying. Yeah, MXR plays, MXR mods. For some reason, the YouTube algorithm has a serious problem with Henry Young and Jeannie Lee. Why, I do not know. Okay, we need to drop this here. Grab the trailer, try not to make an absolute mess out of the field. Oh god, this song again. Oversteer. Okay. There's just enough slope here. If I set the cruise control at 5 miles an hour, it pulls 6. Oh, what? Come on, dude. What are you doing? Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Ah, doesn't help I got just enough stick drift that I try to adjust it. It ain't gonna work, so I'm gonna have to manually fuck with this thing. Try to keep pace with this fucker. Come on. I do not know why, but for whatever reason, 6 miles an hour in the tractor and 6 miles an hour in the combine are 2 different speeds. Alright, close enough. Okay, go and get back to Balin. Not entirely sure how close he was to finishing that field. It's kind of funny you compare the tractor in my summer car to this. It's like this tractor is from a completely different fucking planet. You know, it's like this tractor has, you know, standardized fuel injection, air conditioning, full-on climate control. Freaking computerized everything. I mean, you could probably get Netflix on this thing. Meanwhile, my summer car, that tractor, everything is lever operated. I see what you did there. It's the thing about it, my summer car and the sequel, my winter car, very, very unique challenge in that game. If I happen to come back to that game on stream, I'm going to have to start over completely because I managed to get myself in a little bit of a death loop. And it's like there's not enough money to actually, you know, get enough food to get back to the house in time. Make it worth the while, right? And on top of that, it's like, yeah, the character's going to like die on the way back. Now, supposedly, the guy in the green car, that's your cousin, and he'll give you a ride. Thing is, I don't know if he actually takes you directly to your house or not. I'm kind of doubting it. But I think if I go back to my summer car, I'm going to have to think a little bit more strategically. Start working on ways to get money faster before even starting to think about building the car. Honestly, the amount of bells in that song almost makes it sound like a Christmas song. Okay, you gonna behave? Yes. Alright, cool. It's like I have to have a certain amount of focus to not drift out of the lane. I'm also trying to keep an eye on whether or not AI worker is done with the field or not. Ooh. We've already got 56 bales so far. It's gonna be such a mess to clean up. It kind of makes me think of one of the things that I think would be really funny to do, but at the same time I'd probably never actually do it because I probably couldn't figure out how. But Costco has, right when you walk in, like this big huge display of like TVs and like sound systems. I think it'd be kind of funny to just go into like a Costco or like a King Supers or grocery store, something like that, and swap out the soundtrack that they play. So instead of like crappy pop tunes from the 1980s, you just get like a 10-hour loop of Boof Pack from Lord Avelston. For anybody that doesn't know what Boof Pack is, it is funny as hell, but it's gay as shit. Kind of funny. All of a sudden, I got these little families going in. Little Timmy's all, "Hey, Mom, what does it mean to boof something?" "Don't ask. We're leaving now." "We didn't get any groceries." "We're leaving. We're going to Safeway." Joke's on you. I sabotaged that one too. Okay, so we need to finish out this line and then go empty the tank. Yes, that's one of kind of the nice things about like Korean grocery stores, right? They have K-pop. It was kind of funny. The last time I went to H Mart, they actually played Gangnam Style. Not to mention like other. I want to say maybe more obscure K-pop that you would actually listen to, like in Korea. Yeah, one time in H Mart, they actually heard Nirvana. Alright, finally he's just going ahead and emptying out. Nothing but death metal in an Arby's. I would pay money to see that. It's like hacking to Walmart. Upload the most offensive shit that you find on, like the soundtrack to Cyberpunk. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get over to the field because that field is just about done. Oats. Almost ready to harvest. Okay. I thought that one was ready to go. Guess not. Alright. Almost like I meant to do that. Ooh. Yeah, again, going into Arby's and getting any kind of metal. It's like, yeah, I would pay to see that. It's like, I understand why grocery stores end up playing such shitty music. It's because of the fact that, obviously, it's like little ladies go to the shop there, grandma's getting, supplies for cookies, mothers are going in and getting food for the week. Yeah, it's like you get people from all generations, all backgrounds, But at the same time, it's just like, okay, well, if you work there, you have to listen to this shit all day long. And I swear to God, if that one song comes on again, I'm going to scream. Oh, shit, don't run with the whale. Yeah, the whole safe music. What's kind of funny though is that up in about 50 miles north of where I am now, it's a different town. For some reason, we had, shall we say, a Fyish store? Basically, it's a place where you get like lace-up leather pants and like lace gloves. And they didn't have any music at all, which was kind of weird. Because like you'd think if any place would have, you know, a more interesting soundtrack, that would be it. Alright, come on. Just grab that one little fucking pile. Thank you. Yeah, like, that's kind of one of the reasons why I don't like breaking into a Costco or Sam's Club or something like that and upload like a 10-hour-long loop of move pack. Is it offensive? Yes. Is it silly? Yes. Is somebody going to be clutching pearls? Yes. And obviously I am not even going to consider using one of my regular devices in order to do that. That's one of those things where it's like you buy a tablet from the grocery store because you're going to plan on throwing it away immediately afterwards. This is what I hate about this tiny ass little baler. So many bales. $82 bales. We haven't even gotten to finish with this one field yet. We're like maybe halfway done. Oh, you would do that. I'm gonna have to do another pass on this field. Whatever reason, it decided to only pick up half the line. It was through here, right? Yeah. It's one of those things I really should invest in the windrower. Basically, a big-ass power rig that sucks all these things together and turns two small lines into one really, really big one. No, we're not doing this again. You take the whole thing. You know, I never actually heard of anybody using a burner phone to do kind of weird stuff like that. God, one rainstorm and this tractor is absolutely filthy. It's just wide enough that it missed that itty bitty little section there. That's why before I do anything with that grass, I'm going to see about getting the rear double-decker mower deck and a windrower. Just mulch over the whole thing. Okay, so currently what I'm working on right now is obviously I've got 3 fields worth of oats. The main thing here is this is Kinglake in Scotland, so the big thing that was introduced with this one is aquaculture. So we're basically doing some traditional farming because where we're planning on really making money is with fish. You saw already there was the fish barn and the trout pond. Eventually, I plan on getting the offshore facility so I can start farming salmon. We've already got trout going. There's also some beef cattle over there. There is a place, a facility you can buy that can make fish food, so you don't have to buy it anymore. So if we can get a hold of that, we got 3 fields that we can end up cooking the fish pellets. Yeah, the overall end goal on this map is fish, fish, and more fish. Now, the cool thing about this is at the trout pond, you can actually put on pretty much any other map in the game. I think it's kind of funny. The top YouTube guy for Farm Simulator Daggerwin, British guy, right? He's absolutely over the moon. The fact that this is a UK map. So you drive on the left. And this is the first time that we've actually had maps that do that. He was just absolutely ecstatic that he got to drive on the correct side of the road. Meanwhile, I'm just sitting here being American, like, y'all motherfuckers don't know how to drive right. Oh, that is kind of a weird thing. For whatever reason, island nations, for some reason, always drive on the left. Drive on the left in the UK, drive on the left in Japan. I think they drive on the left in Australia. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to driving on the right or wrong side of the road, Forza Horizon, I will, even if it's in like, America, Mexico, wherever, where everybody drives on the right, I still end up driving on the left, and the one that takes place in the UK, I drive on the right. It's like I'm hell-bent on not driving the correct way. Just because of the fact that it's a video game and I can. I'm still flabbergasted by the differences between my summer car's tractor and this one. It's like, you get to live in this tractor. In my summer car, you can die in that tractor. Because of the bees. There's this old mansion that's busted up and has a big-ass beehive in the attic, but for some reason the wheels of the car are in there. Why, I do not know. Yeah, I know we're supposed to enter over there, but fuck it. Yes, indeed, there is no I in team. There are several I's, and fuck it, I cast Fireball. Yeah, I may have been watching a few too many Punky Doodles. I think one of the funnier ones was you have Wizard says he's going to cast Fireball, and he just like takes a chug of Fireball whiskey. To be fair, that shit's not actually whiskey, it's a liqueur, but ugh. Way to ruin a spirit. We had a little bit of a mess over here. Yes. I think one of the funny runs is you got the witch looking at the barbarian guy. It was apparently supposed to be like either other player, like the DM, and it's like she's just like, fuck this guy. You know, this guy's the attitude, right? She's just like, no, I didn't ask how big the room was. No, I didn't ask. We finished evacuating all the orphans. I said I cast Fireball. The funny thing is, if you actually go to the Punky Doodles channel, there's a lot more than just Wizard Time. I posted one of the Punky Doodles on the Discord where the Wizard casts Embarrassing Sneeze. To be honest with you, that one gave me a giggle for a couple hours. Well, maybe not hours, but just way longer than it should have. It is kind of weird how much additional focus this takes. You have to do it in the dark. Kind of a related note to the whole Wizard Time. Because of the whole Fireball meme, I actually went back into Baldur's Gate 3 and specifically made a Wizard character. Things got interesting, however, when I found out you could subclass as a Blade Singer. So you're a wizard, but you have a sword instead of a staff. Or in my case, a rapier. I really should bring Baldur's Gate 3 back to the stream. I stopped the first time around because I'm like royally fucked up. I was trying my damnedest to make sure that I could recruit Minthara. The only problem is I kind of started organically following quests and pinball from A to B to C and ended up accidentally triggering end content for Act 2 before I ever got to Moonrise Tower. So yeah, by the time I got there, she was already dead. It's kind of funny to think about, it's like when you do things after hours, there's always something about that, it's like when you go, every time you have to go to school, but like after closing time. Or if you're staying around after, just like hanging out after, just lingering for whatever reason. Something kind of neat about it, it's like you're not supposed to be there, but you're still here, Okay, so one of the reasons why I started just saying fuck it and playing the soundtrack of the game is to hopefully have enough stimulation to not fall asleep while behind the wheel. This track is a little too mellow for its own good. Around the bale and try not to make a mess. Let's see, Dark Tide. That's that Warhammer 40k one that's like a... Isn't that like an extraction shooter? That's one of the things about it. It's like... I never really got that into like Warhammer, Like, there's been a couple of Warhammer freebies that I managed to pick up, but I think the only Warhammer game I've actually bought was Bolt Gun, because it was just it had that stylized kind of Quake 2 look to it. That's another thing about it is like when it comes to the Warhammer lore, no. That's one of those things. It's like I'm very leery about making a Bolt Gun video because Warhammer 40k is one of those whole franchises that tends to attract turbo nerds, neckbeards, and some of the most toxic gatekeeping assholes you can ever find. Wait, I take that back. I did manage to get a PlayStation 2 Warhammer game, and it was Fire Warrior. It's kind of funny. Basically, every Warhammer 40k game is about the Space Marines, which is all the weirder because in Fire Warrior you play as a Tau, but it's still a game about the Space Marines. Yeah, the whole thing with Warhammer... oh, God. Posture check. Jeez. Give me 1 second to take care of my nose issue real quick. Yeah, the whole thing with Warhammer 40k is it started off as a tabletop with minifigures. And it wasn't like D&D where you'd end up like role-playing as an individual character. You'd role-play tactical battles with full armies. And that's kind of where the whole minifigures comes in. You'd have guys that would spend crazy amounts of money on building up their forces and setting up their battle plans, and then are basically role-playing all-out war. And I do hope I managed to get my mute shut off. Yeah, should be alright. Okay, so one of the things that this map had, or not map, that this game had, obviously the new crop rice, but also had an Asian map. And that's where we get the KJP radio, right? It has K-pop and a couple of J-rock too. Well, not necessarily J-rock, just Japanese songs. This song, I don't like that song. It's kind of weird because it's got like, you know, two very different tones to it. There's the bright uplifting part where it's like she pretends to be like the normal girl next door, and then there's the rest of it. It's like, yeah, she's selling your bathwater. For an additional $50, she'll throw in your dirty underwear, complete with wet socks. Yeah, the fucking Belle Delphine bathwater. God. You gotta give her some credit though. She managed to get quite a bit of cash Bunch of fucking horny losers. I shouldn't call them that, you know. It's like some guys are just like really awkward. But let's face it, if you're buying both Delphine's bathwater, you're a fucking gooner. End of story. Okay, I know I can finish this field out if I switch it to real time. It's kind of one of those things, it's like, I think I want to keep it on 5x. This track is another weird one. I mean, it's not bad, but it's just kind of odd. You know, it's like it's got the beat going for it, but the actual instrumentation of it is just weird. It's like, for some reason, this one gives me, like, you know, workout vibes, right? I want to see if I can keep it at 5x speed and finish out this field before midnight. Yeah, see, on my headset right now, the sound wheel is like kind of behind my left ear, and it's right next to the mute button. Excuse me, good lord. And the only thing that really irritates the hell out of me about it is that sometimes it's kind of hard to tell if the mute button is on or off. Like if it's off, it sticks up pretty good, but it kind of needs to stick up a little bit more, or just be a little bit more noticeable. Or, I could just, like Alt-Tab and see if I'm actually getting a soundbar on the fucking thing. That works too. Yeah, the headset I got right now is a Corsair something that I can't bother to remember. Did you know you typically enunciate better if you have a full lung full of air? It's almost like speech is breath powered. That's kind of the thing about it, it's like Cyberpunk, it's supposed to be, dystopian and, kind of, a nightmare scenario. It's like, it's supposed to be the world where the bad guys won, right? Everything is just corporate greed and political corruption. And it's like, yeah, there's that. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, cybernetics, you get superpowers. You don't actually have to breathe in order to speak. You don't need glasses anymore unless you like the style. And yes, in Cyberpunk, you literally can walk down the street and buy a gun out of a vending machine. That's America I want to live in, goddammit. And on top of that, it's in fucking Southern California, of all places. Here's the Cyberpunk. I think the reason why I had such a messy launch is because they were really trying to cram and get it put out on previous gen consoles like the Xbox One. And it clearly was not ready for that. Like, it should have, held off, had the proper dev cycle, and released on, PlayStation 5, Series X, etc., etc. What kind of irritates me, though, is people that kind of fundamentally don't get it with Cyberpunk, and they want to see V return in Cyberpunk 2. Like, why? It's like V's story is fully contained in the original Cyberpunk, and the ending is left intentionally ambiguous. So that way, whatever happens in your head is what happens. That's kind of the thing about it. It's like, Character is obviously very important in Cyberpunk, but so is the story. And the story is very well written. But it's not dependent solely on its characters. This is the reasons why, like, I get irritated with all these Star Wars nerds that keep wanting to have Chewbacca in every goddamn Star Wars movie. Like, why? There's so much deeper lore to Star Wars, so many other stories you could be telling. Because the franchise itself is just that expansive of a universe. It's like the whole thing with the Disney Star Wars, that actually just should never have happened. It's like there was A New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi, and then there was the prequels, and they should have just stopped. Yeah, it's like, going back to... See, what was another one that they wanted to keep fucking around with? I'm gonna say Resident Evil. To be fair with Resident Evil. Yeah, it's actually a good thing that we have some familiar faces returning, like Resident Evil 9. Like, I don't know, anybody that's upset about Leon being back. Everybody is upset if they make the wrong choice in the ending. That's kind of the reason why I went ahead and just asked for a little help on that. Because it's like, the whole Emily thing, that was fucked up as a football bat. Needless to say, everybody hated that. We were not even about to let that happen to everybody's favorite. But what I really appreciate about RE9 is Grace. I do find it kind of funny that everybody has a problem with how slow Grace runs. That is kind of the whole point of Grace, is the fact that she is not a super trooper. She's not a hardened veteran. Okay, so now that feels ready to go. So the fact that the game goes out of its way to point out that, yeah, Grace is just a regular person. And somebody pointed out that you can actually see this in the way that RE9 portrays the world to its characters. Like for Grace, at the care center, every zombie there was a person once. There were people there that were, there to be treated for something. People that worked there. They had names. Every zombie in the care center is unique. Yeah, with how open this is, you'd think I'd be able to see that damn thing. Yeah, for Grace, it's like every zombie in the care center was its own person. There's maids that go around still trying to clean. You got zombies with bandages and IVs. Doctor's still trying to operate. Meanwhile, when Leon gets to Raccoon City, they've been, like, dead and buried for 30 years. Except, obviously, they're not dead because they're still coming after you. And for Leon, he's like, he's been there, he's done that. Yeah, he's got the experience. He learned in Resident Evil 4 that all the kicks and flips and weird shit just don't work as well as they, their function isn't quite as cool as how they look, you know. So for him, it's like killing zombies is nothing new, The initial attack where Grace is kidnapped walking down the street. Yeah, it's just a big faceless crowd. Yeah, they're people, but at the same time, it's like, you don't know these people. You don't care. Why would you? Walk past this person, and you're never going to see them again for the rest of your life. That's kind of where Leon's playthrough gets. It's not that he doesn't care, it's the fact that, for him, he's just kind of gotten around to accepting that life is basically a video game. But Grace is still new. Her first time, she's never done this before. It's still a massive freak out. Leon's not scared at all. Grace is fucking terrified. I think the whole thing with the Resident Evil kind of coming back to its senses after 6 was because of the fact that they got new blood, new minds, a fresh take on it, right? It's like there was the original trilogy, Code Veronica. Just turn in the right direction, you fucking irritating piece of shit. Yeah, the original trilogy were limited by hardware, so that's why you had the pre-rendered backgrounds. Sony PlayStation could only do so much. Then when it comes to Sega Dreamcast, and you get the cinematic angles, and you can still have really detailed zombies, but also detailed backgrounds that were fully 3D now. So the next mainline entry after that would be Resident Evil 4, and that is where GameCube showed up. GameCube and PlayStation 2. Technically the Cube was actually a little bit more powerful, because it was like seriously hot-rodded. That said, it still was a case of Nintendo not quite getting the point. But 4 showed up, and basically invented an entirely new genre. Thing is, 4 is kind of where it kind of hit that tipping point where, because you didn't have tank control, well, you still had tank controls, but it was more a case of a more natural control scheme, right? You had third person over the shoulder. So what it may have lost in the whole B-movie cinematic angles, it ended up taking in a more intense direction. The problem is, some of the guys at Capcom, oh, this piece of shit, okay, equated the gameplay with the scares. Like, some of the higher-ups thought that the reason why it was scary was because of the fact that, it was so awkward to move. But no, what made it scary was the fact that it was freaky shit. And you had to fight your way out with damn near nothing, right? But obviously, in a massive case of not knowing how to read the room. Some of the higher-ups at Capcom decided that we're going to make it an action franchise now. So when it comes to Resident Evil 5. And, okay, yeah. We got Chris back. We got a new character, Chef Alamar, right? Still trying to chase the gameplay thing, instead of the fact that you kind of don't need to do that. We've already refined how to make a shooter. But like I said, the higher-ups did not know how to read the room. So you end up getting zombies capable of shooting guns and firing rocket launchers and using miniguns. And to be fair, there was a lot of firepower in that game, so that it was fun, but it was kind of the first spot where you see that somebody behind the wheels is kind of losing the plot. Oh yeah, that was God, what the fuck was that? I forgot what it was called. Something like use umbrella something thing. Yeah, that's how memorable that one was. I can't even be bothered to remember what the fuck the name of it was. Yeah, it's third person over the shoulder, and it was a PvP thing, and it's like, okay, it's Resident Evil. It's supposed to be zombies. If the zombies are just like a decoration, you've completely failed, and you have no idea what the fuck you're doing. Why are we here? Yeah, 5 is when you start seeing that somebody at Capcom is kind of losing the plot, and then 6 shows up, and 6 had the capacity for some scares. The problem is the execution was so, what the fuck are we doing, you know? Yeah, it's like the actual movement system in that one was almost like a mockery of standardized controls. You know, it's like in 6 you can like somersault forward, go on your back, shooting forward, and like scooching forward, walking with your ass. The fact that the story jumped around between characters and locations and made no sense. And it was, oh god. It's like we kind of want to forget that 6 ever even happened. Now, I did play Operation Raccoon City, and that was actually a co-op 4-player. That one actually was not bad. It wasn't great, but it wasn't bad. There was one that it was specifically third person over the shoulder, PvP, very high customization. That said, this one wasn't about the zombies, it was just about going through like classic locations, like the RPD station. Like getting into shootouts with other players, and it had this one really broken-ass mechanic of, it was called the Brainer, and it was just like this big-ass meat hook that you'd pop on a zombie's head and just, you know, one-shot them. It's like some of the most bizarre broken arm animation for when you were actually aiming. Yeah, after some questionable entries and some really terrible ones. Finally, the old guard of Capcom went out, and then the new guys came in and said, let's take a look at our flagship horror series and why it's not scary anymore. Oh, because we started doing a bunch of stupid shit. Okay. Let's fix that. And then we get Resident Evil 7. One of the things I really enjoyed about 7 and 8 was, again, the fact that they actually added new characters in the form of Ethan Winters. I also appreciated the fact that they were first person all the way through. Although 8, you could actually play in third person. You never got to see Ethan's face. It was always shadowed. I also thought that the Shadows of Rose DLC was really well done. Yeah, Shadows of Rose. Throughout all of Resident Evil 8, Rose is a baby. Shadows of Rose takes place when she's about 16, and spoiler, her mind gets locked in the mold. But she gets to actually meet her dad, because his consciousness is maintained in the mold. And she actually gets to fight alongside him in a really cool scene. And it's really done very well that Rose gets to meet her dad, but at the same time, we still never fully see his face. Okay, this is the thing I really hate about small balers. Small bales. There's so many of them. But the small baler was the cheap one. God, what the fuck was the name of that shitty PvP shooter? That is gonna bother the hell out of me now. No, it wasn't reverse. Umbrella Corps 2016, that was it. Yeah, it was specifically called Umbrella Corps. Yeah, that one you play as Umbrella Mercenaries, and I was curious about it, but everything I saw about it, it was just really, really bad. Which is kind of weird because it's like it had, it's like it had the bones of a possibly good game, but the execution of it itself was just so bad. Yeah, I think it's kind of weird for some reason. Yeah, it's like I think it was Resident Evil 2 or 3 remake that had RE verse in it. Where it's basically take the third person over the shoulder RE2 remake formula and make it an asymmetrical PvP shooter. So you've got 4 people playing as survivors, 1 person playing as the mastermind. And the mastermind basically ends up spawning in zombies, lickers, tyrants, things like that. I tried 1 match of this online and I could see how every fucking match was going to go. If anybody has anything even remotely capable of defending themselves, never fails. The mastermind's just going to spawn in a tyrant and fuck everybody, and that's just, it's going to be over in 5 minutes, and nobody's going to have any fun, and it's just going to be shit. Because that's what happened. I've kind of debated whether or not I want to stream Mass Effect Andromeda. Because it's not a bad game, it's just... So much wasted potential and missed opportunities. The Andromeda is where you can see BioWare seriously going downhill and basically getting to the point where we ended up getting fucking Veilguard. It's like, how the hell you go from a dark fantasy RPG with buckets of blood and a fucking Marilyn Manson soundtrack to making some woke activist self-insert OC force people to do push-ups because they misgendered the non-binary. I mean, it's like, yeah, for starters, yeah, misgendering, don't do that, you know. That's kind of a dick move, right? But if you're that militant about it, that if somebody does, and you demand they do push-ups for it, like a drill sergeant, you can fuck all the way off. If you get onto YouTube and you check out the Axeman, he's got a pretty good critique of Veilguard. As in basically how to destroy a franchise. You can definitely see trouble at BioWare with the Mass Effect Andromeda. Constant remites, bickering between various different teams. Right hand never knows what the left hand's doing, or is actively sabotaging it. Yeah, yeah. Thinking about streaming Mass Effect Andromeda. it's one of those things. Like I played a lot of it on Xbox One, and I wanted the whole collection on Steam, so I got it here too. And there's just something about it. I don't know if it's the fact that it's, you know, got the open world sections, which actually is not bad. It's kind of hard to put my finger on it, but there's just something about it. I never actually finished my original playthrough on Xbox. For starters, I think there's a couple of quests that are kind of a little on the broken side, and there's just this laundry list of shit to do. It's like they kind of had that with Dragon Age Inquisition as well. It's like there's all this stuff, these little side quests that kept popping up. Like if Duggan pops in, he can tell you his experience with it. He had just side quest after side quest after side quest after side quest, and it just never fucking ended. There was always some inane busywork task to do. And Andromeda's kind of like that. Also, you kind of have to be careful with some of the characters. This is like... Some characters are better than others. Like Leon Costa. He's it's like, why is he here? Also, to be fair, I think that the character PB got a little bit more hate than she actually deserved. Yeah, PB is that one sorry chick that has the black stripe across her eyes, and the whole thing about her is she was memorable because she had a screenshot of her making the goofiest, just dumb as hell face. And that's the only way people remember her, is just making this big stupid grin as she, you know, awkwardly bumbled over your character. And it's like, if you actually play it, it's like, this one picture just does not do her justice. She does not look like that. I'm kind of curious. I'm kind of debating if I actually want to try to stream that or not. It's not so much as I can't just sit down and play it. It's more a thing that it really left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths. It's like the original Mass Effect trilogy is fucking legendary. Then Andromeda shows up, and it was so weird. It was almost like the studio just intentionally tried their damnedest to shit their pants and then throw it in everybody's face. It's like even the multiplayer on that one, it's like they completely spaced out what actually made Mass Effect 3 multiplayer good. Also, when it comes to the actual suits that you find, they have this. Some of the outfits that they have, I just really hate them, especially the shoes. It's like Mass Effect 3, right? You had characters that looked like, you know, armored up space marine super soldier, you know, not super soldier, but soldier tactical. Yeah, guys with, you know, male characters, female characters, whatever the fuck the follows are. And it's like they looked like they were, you know, hardcore, ready for war. Big chunky boots, big chunky armor, big loud guns, big loud biotic explosions. And then for some reason Andromeda shows up and we got, you know, like these skinny little stick figures. And for whatever reason, their combat boots are like freaking Nikes. It's like, granted, yeah, they're probably designed for, you know, long-term running, and they probably feel really great. But at the same time, it's like, do these actually have like the traction to get up this hill? It's like there is a reason why combat boots are not running shoes, or at least not supposed to be running shoes. You know, they're designed to give you secure footing in the most obnoxious bullshit you can possibly think of. This is the reason why U.S. military combat boots, standard issue, have the self-cleaning lug sole. It's because if you go through mud, it cleans itself as you're walking, because it's just rounded and nothing actually clings to it, just kind of flops out. Yeah, the Cerberus armor was actually pretty badass. And it was funny as hell if you played, if you were in multiplayer. There was one infiltrator class that was a Cerberus, the ninja chick, right? Everybody hated that bitch. And you could cosplay as her and freak out your entire team. That's a great way to get shot by your buddies. God, man, Mass Effect 3 multiplayer was really good. It was co-op and it had just enough challenge that if you're good, you could solo it. If you wanted to get like a gold tier mission, you needed to know what you were doing. You had to have a team that was properly switched on, right? Yeah, it's like I'm actually still kind of pissed about that ending. So I went through it in Legendary Edition. I played through Legendary Edition twice, and the second time through, I went ahead and kind of cheated a little bit and looked up a guide, and 100%ed all of the tactical preparedness, and I got the ending that I wanted. We go up, we turn on the thing, all the Reapers are dead, Shepard survives. Thing is, I don't know if that was actually the original ending that was supposed to happen. And I'm still pissed about that. Somebody leaked the original ending, and they had to change it last minute, so you end up getting that really shit one. That stupid Star Child thing. It's like, that made absolutely no fucking sense whatsoever. There's the kid that you see at the start of the game that kind of haunts Shepard throughout the story, and then for some reason it's a hologram of the AI controlling the Citadel? What? Yeah, the ending that I got in 3, the last time I went through, that was the good one. Unfortunately, Colonel Anderson still dies. Then I keep hearing rumors that they're going to end up coming up with another Mass Effect game, and I'm just like, guys, no. Veilguard proved you do not know what the fuck you're doing anymore, and Andromeda wasn't completely terrible, but it was not good. Just stop, I would say quit while you're ahead, but you're not ahead. Do not touch Mass Effect. Because if Mass Effect gets the Veilguard treatment, we are going to have a fucking problem. God, I wish I could just get this crap from clogging my throat. Yeah, it's like for a while I kept seeing like promotional art of a Mass Effect ship with someone walking out of it. And ooh, just after Veilguard, no. We do not want that. It's like, do we want another Mass Effect? Possibly, but not with the team that they have now. And yeah, that again is a case of certain fans not really understanding the franchise, and for some reason wanting Shepard to come back. Like, no, don't do that. That story is over. You know, that's kind of the thing about it. You know, it's like, the Mass Effect story is over. That's just Shepard's story. You could, technically speaking, set it in the exact same time frame between Mass Effect 1 and 3 with a completely different character that's making their own discoveries and breakthroughs. Oh, obviously you can't do that because that would actually require creativity and effort. And like maybe not virtue signaling everybody on the planet and incorporating that one idiot from Veilguard. What's his name? Tosh? Fuck. And she's the only character that anybody actually remembers because she was the biggest pain in the ass to the point where even if you didn't buy the game, you knew this bitch was a problem. Yeah, it's like you actually do play through the Witcher games. You know, there's no reason to not do serious story. And maybe the fans of The Witcher are still jerking off over Henry Cavill playing him. Yeah, personally, I think serious story would be very interesting. Especially because in The Witcher 3, there are parts where you play as her. I think it's just kind of one of those things that people get a little too attached to characters. This is where you get like that whole shipping culture where everybody has, you know, these, fake relationships that are not canon. It's like I was recently watching a video. It was a Smugglana reacting to some guy. It started off as talking about teen steroid use, but this video for some reason ran long and got into the My Hero Academia fandom. Oh my god. Fandoms get very, very weird, especially the Sonic fandom. Oh my god. If you want to see some seriously freaky internet shit, would tell you to check out the Sonic fandom, but I'm going to say maybe don't do that, because there is some seriously scarring shit. And it's like the My Hero Academia fandom, that at least, you know, they end up doing some kind of almost normal-ish things. I say kind of, sort of, almost. You know, like the whole relationship thing, you know, the whole shipping thing, yeah, obviously, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. But, like, it's really been out of shape when they get upset that this made-up story in their head isn't official canon, and then complain to the show's creator on their Twitter account. It's just like, are you insane? Like, seriously, insane. You have to be. Yes, let's go ahead and send angry emails and Twitter posts to a Japanese person you have never met about this weird fanfic that you wrote that he has no idea exists. And then you're going to be upset about him that he doesn't know you exist. And is going to keep making the show how it's supposed to be made, as opposed to how you want it to be made. Although, to be fair, the show's actually over, so, you know, it's like, fuck them. It's like the My Little Pony fandom was kind of like that, too. What's kind of fucked up, though, is if you find people that still are calling themselves bronies after the show is, like, done. It's like, that's like your, like, normal level of internet cringe, right? Sonic fandom, on the other hand, gets freaky. I think Markiplier played one of those weird Sonic fandom games, and oh my god, what the fuck? Yeah, obsessive nerds get a little overly obsessed sometimes. What's really bad is when you get like all the strange perverts. Like this is like the one thing that sticks out in my mind of one of the strangest and possibly most disgusting things I've seen from the Sonic fandom. Somebody made a toilet that was Sonic's head. Why? I can't even begin to fathom what on earth was going through that weirdo's head when they decided that that was a good idea to make. It's kind of funny watching the Smugglana video. She was talking about apparently there's people that do the whole shipping thing with VTubers. It's like at that point, okay, you are just fucking insane. Now, personally, I haven't actually seen anybody trying to ship VTubers. And if you do that, it's like, what? How? Why? What is the point? Okay, well, I'm thinking about it real quick. The rain stopped. We still have that one field. I'm gonna be honest with you, if somebody actually is out there shipping VTubers, that is a whole other level of creepy weirdo. Okay, go ahead and get that started. Try to keep the crap out of clogging my throat. I don't know why it's so bad today, good lord. Maybe it's because I'm actually talking. It's like I'm talking, I'm thinking of things to talk about. Everything's going good, then my throat's just like, oh, nuts. Yeah, that's the whole weird thing, the whole parasocial thing on the internet. It's... On the one hand, I could say that some people are just, like, really fucking lonely. On the other hand, I could also say that some people are just fucking deranged. I just thought of something really dumb. I was thinking about the how nice this tractor is. How fucked up would it be if either the next Forza 5 DLC or the next, Horizon 6 thing, if one of the manufacturers is like Massey Ferguson, you actually get a fucking tractor. You imagine screaming down the highway 200 miles an hour, a fucking tractor. A little baler behind you ripping up the asphalt. Oh, come on. Yes, indeed, we brought a John Deere to the Forza Horizon 6 workshop because we need to plow all of Idaho now. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, so it looks like we're going to be sitting on the oats and the hay bales, or straw bales, till December. Now going back to my summer car, this is where I ended up having the problems. Like, I ended up running out of money because I wasn't thinking of having a way of income coming in. Also, wasn't exactly planning on a starvation death loop for 3 days. Okay, so after we get these, maybe after we get these bales taken care of, we end up attending to the fish. I keep forgetting I got that other field going. So that's going to be even more bales. Gotta time it just right, so it just sucks it up. Fuck, almost ran over that one. Yeah, fuck it. Okay, that should be a a bale fork. Okay. Had an idea I thought better of. Okay, how am I going to attack this? Okay, work has a nearly full grain tank. We're going to go ahead and drop our weight and take care of that. Boo! Yeah, it's kind of a good idea to maybe not run the bale fork into the water tank. Okay, gonna get this offloaded. It's gonna take him forever to figure out that one. Okay, put that there. Okay, counterweight. I wonder if I can straighten these up by just kind of finagling that. Then maybe pushing them with the backhand. Maybe, maybe not. I don't think it's intentionally wanting to do the thing. Okay, okay. Progress. Okay, that's a little better, but not much. Oh my lord, I finally have a full pallet of wool. Okay, so I want to stick the young trout in there. And the young salmon we're going to have to sell, because I do not have the facility. To get them to adulthood. Okay, let's try maybe a slightly smarter idea. Let's turn this way. Yeah, go ahead and shove that around. If we're thinking correctly. Okay, get off the fork, thank you. Okay, a worker needs to have his load dumped in again. Okay. I want to make sure I actually shut that engine off. Last thing I need to do is be burning through all my gas. Okay. Every so often I go across the road and I have the forklift on and I think it's gonna be like about yay. I just keep waiting to like turn some poor NPC driver into a kebab. You know, it's kind of dawning on me. I have everything stuck in like the most inconvenient place possible. because this is going to bother the hell out of me if I don't do this, because I know I'm going to need to do it eventually. We're going to go ahead and just move this little fucker out of the way. I'm going to go out on a limb and say the amount of focus to not fuck this up is a little excessive. Ooh, two. You don't want that going all the way over, because we don't want to spill fish. Up. Slight nudge. Flat, please. Of course, this doesn't cooperate. Okay. I don't think it's going to be a safe idea to try to stack that more than 3 high. Oh, get off the damn tines. Eee. Okay, so we'll just go ahead, go ahead and leave them there, let them boil in the sun. That. Yeah, I'm gonna say this stream so far has been pretty successful. We managed to get 3 fields completely harvested. Well, we're not there yet with this one, but we're close enough. Okay there, little harvester. You can do it. I love how he lets that last little bit of straw. It looks like he's just like taking that last dump. He may have one more swipe after that. Yeah, well, he's got one more little mini swipe after that. And then this field's going to be done. So I'm going to wait for that. Offload that stuff, the oats. After that fuck up, I got it. Okay, how is he not done? You gotta be kidding me. Okay, 3 fields harvested. You got salmon fry to sell. We also have a crap ton of fish food to buy. That's Mr. Bean, get in.
Do it again.
5 cars long, 2 lanes wide, 100,000 horse of American pride. Sorry.
Do it again.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get this dumped. We're going to sell off the salmon fry, and depending on how much that gets us, I may end up looking into a flatbed truck, because the full-grown fish do not go to the same place, at least I don't think yet, that the young fish go. Strap those down. Wrong menu. Noodle soup. Ah, fuck. Still. Okay. So these go to the fish market, which means we need to haul ass because that price is dropping dramatically. In this case, yeah, I will go ahead and... real time. I do not need that price tag dropping another $1. And I have to be careful through here. We almost turned Hermione into a freaking shish kebab. I need a flatbed truck for sure. This big ass trailer. Great for all the bales. When it comes to trying to get into this bitch. That's so much. Oh, baby, look at that. Went from 24,000 to 139,000. That's actually such a good payout, I don't even mind this song. Yeah, dude, you're getting passed by a tractor. What the fuck are you doing? Ah. Okay, truck time. um, huh. I do not know what this vehicle is. Mm, I don't think I want to do the crew cab. Okay. Ooh, nice inside. Hmm. Well, shit. This is the irritating thing about this. There's no forklift at the shop. I get out of this clean? Yes! Okay. Okay, now this is where shit gets tricky. Can I get everything safely and stably loaded onto the truck? Without everything turning into an ungodly nightmare. Because we all know how this game is with its portrayal of physics. Not gonna lie, I think that song goes a little hard for a farming game. Somebody amigo. Let go. Thank you. Oh, crap. Fortunately, we can fix this. Forward, forward, forward. Oops, it is a. Ah, nose itch. It's kind of one of those scenarios like I kind of don't particularly care what happens to it once it gets to the house, as long as it gets up there in one piece. Ish. Oh. Ah! That was almost very bad. Okay. It's like everything else you play. Trying to stack shit with a forklift and farming simulator is going to be the most stressful thing you can possibly accomplish. Okay, I actually need a hook for that. Idea. Ta-da! Okay. Gonna take the tractor back. Tractor-based shortcut. Do not drive into the pond. We've already established that it's very much not good. Oh. god, this is... very top-heavy. It's kind of one of those deals. I don't particularly care what happens after we get to the house. We just need to get to the house. Cows are all looking at this massive load of fish food, thinking like, look at it be a fish. Bitch doesn't give a damn about the rest of us. Ooh. Get off the bumper. Get off my fucking bumper. Like I said, don't care what happens to them after they get to the house. Hang on. Almost forgot something. Shit. I could have just sold the whole thing at once, including the full-grown fish. Hmm. Well, I know, it's totally fine to go the wrong way down a one-way road. Trust me, they like it. Ah! Nailed it. Fuck yeah. I think what really made it is the absolute wackiness of this fucking song. Oh wait, this is there's more than one sell point here. Alright, $38,614. What we gotta do now? Get back to the house. This is the wrong way. Okay, UK, fuck off with the damn roundabouts. Seriously, I hate those damn things. Cookie. Not gonna lie, I'm absolutely flabbergasted that we managed to completely roll and land upright. I thought for sure that was gonna be a disaster. I was gonna have to spend another 20 minutes getting the tractor down there to flip the truck over. But that is gonna have to do it for now. That is approximately almost a half hour overtime. Managed to save the truck and got 38,000 bucks out of it. That's a lot of fish. Okay. Okay, intermission. Ta-da. Aye. Big stretch. Okay, well, that is it for that. I'm going to have to remember to get the rest of those bales the next time I do a farm simulator stream. You have no idea when that's going to be. Ooh. Yeah, fucking move around. Jeez. Very easy in this game to get very fucked up posture. Okay, so I am getting out of here. I will be back tomorrow with something else. Not entirely sure what. I'm kind of tempted to do. I'm tempted to do more Starfield, but at the same time, it's like some of these early quests in the game are actually really well written, and I kind of don't want to spoil them. But that said, there's also a lot of other content. So, especially when you get to the House of Ruin stuff and the new DLC on the 7th. So yeah, there may be more Starfield in the future. Well, obviously there will be more Starfield in the future. Just the question is how far into the future. Anywho, I am getting out of here. So, yeah. If you're watching, thanks for watching. Hope everybody was entertained. If you're watching the recording, you're still here. Again, thanks for watching. Hope everybody was entertained. Beyond that, mouse behave. Hope everyone has a wonderful morning, noon, night, whatever it is you are. We'll see you all again next time. I have got to go. Mouse, stop talking to Nightbot. Get. No. Stop looking at me like that. Get over it. End stream. Mouse, behave. Thank you. Nightbot. Robot likes to lag and slag and slack off, and there will be meetings to come.